Welcome back, friend. Tonight, let's journey through a world of quiet temples, whispering bamboo, and the slow rhythm of a life lived by candlelight and moonglow. You're stepping into a day that's not yours, and yet, somehow it feels familiar. A time where silence speaks louder than noise, where your greatest duty is to sweep a stone path or stir a pot of rice. Close your eyes. Breathe. Tonight, we travel back to medieval Japan to live one quiet day as a humble monk in a mountain temple. Spoiler alert, you probably wouldn't survive a week. But don't worry, you only need to make it through tonight. If this story brings you peace tonight, feel free to like and subscribe. It means a lot. And hey, leave a comment with your local time and where you're listening from. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights. Get cozy. And together, we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. You wake before the sun even dares show its face. Your thin bedding clings to your side in the chilly pre-dawn air. The wooden floor beneath your futon creaks as you sit up, not because you're heavy, but because it's been centuries since that plank got any love. You stretch your arms, bones whispering their own sutras, and take a deep breath. It smells like pine, ash, and, yes, the faintest whiff of someone's midnight tofu snack. Probably the junior monk in the next room again. You make a mental note to forgive him later. A deep gong hums through the stillness. The morning bell. One beat, long and slow, like a yawn from the universe. You rise. No alarm clocks, no blinking notifications, just your own internal sense of duty and that one senior monk who glares at you if you're even one footstep late. Sliding the shoji door open, you step into the corridor. Your feet brush the cool wooden floor. The paper walls let in the first hints of blue-gray light, and outside, the mountains loom like old friends, still sleeping under thick quilts of fog. You pad down the hallway, joining the slow procession of fellow monks, all silent, all solemn, all equally under-caffeinated. Not that coffee exists here, of course. The closest thing you'll get to a jolt of energy is cold water on your face, and the occasional whack on the shoulder with a Kyosaku stick if you nod off during meditation. And no, it doesn't come with a snooze button. Inside the zendo, the meditation hall, the floor is cool, the incense faint, but grounding. You settle into your spot on the tatami mat, knees folding under you in seiza. There's a moment of stillness, the kind that feels like it's pressing gently on your chest, urging you to let go. And you do. The bell sounds again, softer this time, the signal to begin zazen. You close your eyes, breathe in, breathe out. Thoughts drift in like clouds, memories of yesterday's chores, a strange dream about a tanuki selling used sandals, that time you sneezed mid-chant and got side-eyed by a senior monk like you'd just insulted the Buddha himself. You gently let it all float past. Your legs begin to ache by minute 10. Your mind rebels by minute 15. You start counting your breaths, then counting the cracks in the floorboards beneath your half-lowered eyelids, then counting regrets from your past life. By minute 20, your feet are so numb, you begin questioning whether enlightenment is just a fancy word for circulation loss. And yet, you stay. There's something calming about it, like being a stone in a stream. The water flows around you, The world keeps rushing, but you are still. A tiny sneeze breaks the silence. Not yours, thankfully. Somewhere to your left, someone shifts guiltily. The monk on duty with the kyosaku raises his stick slightly. Everyone suddenly gets very focused. The sun slowly begins to creep into the room, staining the paper walls with pale amber. You don't see it with your eyes, but you feel it. A subtle shift in the warmth on your face, like the world is waking with you. Meditation ends with another soft bell. You bow once, rise with the group, and shuffle out like a line of very peaceful, very stiff penguins. Outside, the frost still lingers on the stone steps. The sky glows pink, like someone spilled watercolor across the heavens and forgot to clean it up. You make your way to the washing station, where a stone basin holds icy mountain water. You splash it on your face and instantly regret every sin you've ever committed. It's so cold, your ancestors flinch in their graves. But your mind sharpens, eyes open wider, lips turn blue. You feel, strangely, more alive than you have in days. You dry your face on a threadbare cloth. Next to you, another monk hums a tune, softly, guiltily, before catching himself. Silence returns. Somewhere, a rooster crows, probably the same one that stares into your soul every morning, like it knows your browser history. You breathe in the crisp mountain air. The pine trees rustle gently. The bell rings again, this time the call to morning chanting. You walk in step with the others to the hondo, the main hall. Rows of cushions await. Candles flicker. You sit once more, this time cross-legged, facing the statue of Amida Buddha. The head monk clears his throat. A drum taps 3 times, and the chanting begins. You open your mouth and join the others. Your voice blends into the collective hum, ancient syllables rolling from your tongue. You don't know the meaning of every line, not consciously, but somehow they feel familiar, like lullabies from a life you can't quite remember. The rhythm of the chant pulls you along, like a slow river of sound. You find yourself drifting again, not asleep, not awake, somewhere in between, a space where thought and breath and sound are all the same. There's a moment, brief, delicate, where everything stops, not just the voices, but the world. A hush so complete, it wraps around you like a blanket. And then, the final bow. The ritual ends. You rise once more. Outside, the sun has truly risen now, painting gold across the stones. The mountain temple glows, and your stomach growls. Don't worry, breakfast's next. And yes, it's probably pickles again. You file into the dining hall, the jikido, a wide, spare space lined with wooden beams and the faint smell of boiled radish. The air is warmer here, not because of a fire, but because of the quiet energy of movement. Bowls clink softly, feet whisper against the floor. You kneel beside your assigned spot, exactly as you did yesterday, and the day before that, and the 143 mornings before that. The meal, called Shojin Ryori, is already portioned. You glance down at your tray. A small bowl of rice, a clear miso soup with slices of daikon so thin they might qualify as suggestions rather than ingredients. And yes, as expected, those pickles again. They glisten like they know how much you're pretending to enjoy them. Before eating, everyone performs Gokan no Ge, the 5 reflections. You chant it in your head, slowly. I reflect on the effort that brought this food to me. I reflect on my virtues and whether I deserve it. I guard against greed, anger, and delusion. I see this meal as medicine. I accept this food to fulfill my path. A collective bow. Then, silence. You eat slowly, deliberately. Each grain of rice is lifted with care. No slurping, no shoveling, no mid-bite conversations about who forgot to feed the garden tanuki. You're still not convinced he's real? This meal isn't about flavor. It's about awareness, about presence. Though, you're not above admitting that you'd sell your soul for a single dumpling with chili oil. The daikon is unexpectedly spicy today. You look up, eyes watering, wondering if this is divine punishment for your dumpling thoughts. Across the room, an elder monk nods solemnly, either sharing your pain or silently judging you for not achieving inner peace through pickles. Hard to say. After the meal, everyone performs oryoki, the careful ritual of cleaning your bowl with tea and a scrap of pickled vegetable. Yes, really. You swirl the tea, wipe the edges, drink the rinse, then eat the pickle that just did double duty as a sponge. It's efficient. It's humble. It's also a little weird. Historians still debate whether this cleaning method came from necessity or was just invented by someone who hated doing dishes. Bells chime again. Time for Samu. Work practice. Your assignment today? Garden sweeping. You make your way to the temple courtyard, where golden gravel paths curl like ancient calligraphy. You're handed a wooden rake that's seen better centuries. The ground is damp from last night's mist. Cherry blossoms flutter down like someone's shaking powdered sugar from the sky. It would be poetic if not for the fact that your back is already twinging. You begin raking in slow, even patterns, mind focused on the arcs, the movement, the sound of gravel shifting. It's oddly hypnotic. And, according to the abbot, the shape of your raked lines reflects your inner state. Your first few passes resemble a drunk eel. Your 5th attempt is slightly more meditative. By your 8th, you're starting to wonder if enlightenment lies somewhere between a perfect spiral and a clean backstretch. A junior monk passes you, his gravel lines immaculate. You consider, accidentally, stepping into them, but remember the whole no anger rule and settle for a passive-aggressive bow. A cicada buzzes in a nearby tree. You glance up. The sun is climbing, and with it, the day's warmth. The water's scent of pine sap thickens. Somewhere, a bamboo water spout clacks rhythmically. Katok, katok, like a metronome for your thoughts. And that's when you see her, a village woman, standing quietly beyond the gate, offering a bundle of cloth. Alms for the monks. She bows low. You return the gesture, and a senior monk steps forward to accept the gift. Cloth for robes, perhaps, or bandages. Maybe it'll become part of someone's cushion someday. Here, nothing is wasted. You remember something odd. In certain sects during this time, monks would sew their robes from the fabric of the dead, funeral garments stitched into new life, a reminder that even death feeds the Dharma. Macabre? A bit. Efficient? Extremely. You rake a little straighter after that. By midday, your hands are blistered and your sleeves dusted in gravel. You step back to admire your work. The patterns gleam like ripples across still water. You take a breath. Not bad for someone who spent last week smuggling snacks into evening meditation. The temple bell rings again. 3 times. You set the rake aside and bow slightly to the gravel, as if thanking it for its cooperation. Time for study. You make your way to the scripture hall, a small space lined with wooden scroll cases and cushions as flat as your patience. You settle in beside a paper window, the filtered sunlight turning your robes soft gold. A senior monk places a scroll in your lap. You open it. Ink glides across the page. In looping, delicate kanji, the Heart Sutra. You begin reading aloud, quietly, the words brushing against your lips like moth wings. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. The philosophy makes your brain ache a little, in the way that only a paradox wrapped in poetry can. You pause, reread, then let go of understanding and just feel the rhythm instead. Another monk leans in, whispering a riddle. If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. You blink. It's a classic Zen koan. Not meant to be taken literally, of course, though you're pretty sure the rooster outside would try. It means that clinging to any image or expectation, even of enlightenment, is a trap. Let go. Always let go. You stare at the scroll again. Suddenly, the kanji don't feel like words. They feel like mirrors. A few scrolls down, someone sneezes. Again, you smile quietly. Maybe it's enlightenment. Maybe it's hay fever. The line blurs. You close the scroll with a bow and place it back in its case. The bell rings once more. Afternoon chores await. You rise. And so, the day unfolds, rhythmically, wordlessly, like the slow turning of prayer beads in the palm of time. The bell's echo fades, and you're already halfway to the temple kitchen. The floorboards creak under your steps, a familiar song beneath your feet. You pass the incense hall, where smoke coils upward like lazy ghosts. A cat, or maybe a fox, slinks by the veranda, gives you a look that says, "You're late," and disappears. You arrive to find the Tenzo, the head cook, already deep in the process of transforming barely edible into spiritually nourishing. He's stirring a pot of burdock root, like it personally offended him. You bow in greeting. He nods once, the universal monk gesture for, "I acknowledge your existence. Now chop that daikon." The kitchen is warm, crowded with steam, and smells like wet moss, ginger, and humility. You're handed a dull knife and a bundle of root vegetables that appear to have been grown as a personal challenge to your dexterity. You get to work. Every cut must be mindful, every slice an offering. You try to remember the Shojin Ryori principle, cooking not just to feed the body, but to calm the mind. Still, that carrot has a grudge against your fingernails. As you're peeling a yam with the texture of dragonhide, the Tenzo mutters a story, half to himself, half to the tofu. Once, a monk boiled rice so poorly, the abbot said, "Cook like your ancestors are watching." That monk later became a master chef, or left to become a poet. Can't remember which. You smile. In temples like this, stories seep into everything: tea, walls, even miso. Did you know some ancient temples banned garlic and onions? The belief was that they stirred passion, desire, and, gasp, flatulence, especially during zazen. Nothing kills a meditative mood like a spiritual fart. That's not in the sutras, but it might as well be. You finish chopping, fingers tingling from the chill of rinsed radish. You wipe your hands on your robe. Not supposed to, but everyone does it. A junior monk drops a tray. A loud clang. Everyone flinches, including the Buddha statue in the corner. Emotionally, at least. You help reassemble the scattered bowls, whispering, "It's okay," to the red-faced monk, as if you've never done worse. You definitely have. Remember the rice washing incident? Yeah, we're still pretending that didn't happen. By early afternoon, lunch is served to pilgrims passing through the temple gates, travelers from the mountains, dusty farmers, a noblewoman dressed too simply to be accidental. Everyone bows, receives their meal, and eats in silence. You assist in the distribution: scoop of barley rice, a portion of simmered greens, a ladle of soup. You catch brief glances, eyes tired, but grateful. You wonder what roads they've walked, what stories they carry. There's an old man who eats slowly, eyes closed with each bite. When you refill his bowl, he murmurs something, soft, in an accent you don't recognize. It might be a blessing, or a recipe. Either way, you bow. The Tenzo leans in and says, he claims to have once cooked for Emperor Godego, or maybe it was just a guy named Dago. Memory's tricky like that. The wind picks up. Paper prayer flags flutter near the gate. A crow caws, loud, like it owns the whole prefecture. You pack up the empty bowls, hands now warm from their weight. Back in the kitchen, the cleanup begins. There is no dishwasher. There is no complaining. Just hot water, wooden brushes, and a deep sense of shared suffering. The Tenzo chants softly as he scrubs. You hum along, not knowing the words, but knowing the rhythm. Someone tells a joke about two monks, a ghost, and a pot of bad miso. The punchline makes no sense, but you laugh anyway. A real laugh, the kind that lives in your shoulders. Cleaning takes longer than cooking. Isn't that always the case? Eventually, the fire is banked, pots stacked, the last steam trails off into the beams like a departing spirit. You bow to the hearth, to the Tenzo, to the invisible ancestors watching your carrot technique. Then, you step outside. The courtyard smells like pine and possibility. And now, it's time for a walk. This is Kainhin, walking meditation, a way to move without leaving awareness behind. One foot, then the next. Breath in, breath out. You circle the temple grounds, past the bell tower with its hollow, thunderous heart, past the stone lanterns, moss-kissed and leaning like old philosophers. You count your steps between breaths. 3 steps in, 3 steps out. Again, again. You pass a junior monk asleep against a tree. He twitches in his dreams, probably battling spiritual demons, or dreaming about forbidden snacks. You envy him slightly. He'll wake with a crick in his neck, and a head full of enlightenment. The cherry blossoms you raked around earlier have multiplied. You wonder if they're secretly planning a coup, against your gravel designs. And just as your foot lifts again, you hear it. Drums. Far off, but clear, echoing from the mountain path beyond the woods. Festival procession, perhaps, or something older. The rhythms are irregular, pulsing like a heartbeat through the forest. You pause. The abbot once told you, if you hear drums in the distance, walk slower. If they follow you, walk slower still. You walk slower. The sound fades. Just wind now, bamboo, rustling like whispered secrets. You return to the courtyard. Your steps are lighter now, like the gravel's grown used to you. The bell rings again. Time for evening sutras. And if you've been drifting with me long enough, you know how weird this can get. The sutra hall waits in a hush that almost makes your ears ring. You slip through the sliding doors with the rest of the monks, robes brushing like leaves in windless air. Inside, lanterns flicker low, casting long dancing shadows on the floor, some of which seem to bow deeper than others. You kneel on the tatami mat in your usual spot, back straight, knees complaining like disgruntled carpenters. Don't worry, they'll numb soon. Chanting begins. The first sound rises like a breath drawn from the belly of the earth. It vibrates in your chest before your mouth joins in, syllables ancient and heavy as carved stone. You don't always understand them. Few truly do, but you feel them. Each one is like a drop of water falling perfectly into place. A fly lands on your hand mid-sutra. You consider swatting it. Then remember the lecture from last winter. Even the smallest being seeks its own enlightenment. You let it stay. It immediately poops on you. Spiritual maturity tastes weird. The abbot's voice cuts through the others. He's old enough to have debated Bodhidharma, or so he claims. When pressed, his voice carries authority and a mild tremble, like tea about to spill. You don't always agree with him, especially about eliminating the second tea break. But in this moment, you trust him to carry the chant forward like a torch in a dark corridor. Tonight's reading is from the Heart Sutra. Short, sharp, paradoxical. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Like saying toast is unbread, but also the most bread. A cosmic riddle that makes your head float and your stomach growl. You glance at the junior monk beside you. He's mouthing the words half a beat behind, like karaoke with lag. You give him a slow nod. He nods back, eyes wide, caught in the act of enlightenment by imitation. The session ends with 3 soft gongs. Bow forward, back straight, rise slowly, like steam off rice. Your knees disagree, but your soul applauds. Outside, the light has dipped into deep indigo. The mountains wear mist like a shawl, and the koi pond reflects only stars. You're assigned fire duty tonight, a quiet honor or punishment, depending on how often you've been caught dozing during zazen. You suspect both. The brazier inn, the meditation hall, still holds warmth from this morning's ember. You stoke it gently, adding pine slivers and cedar knots. The scent rises like incense with a side of woodland secrets. Here's something strange. In the 13th century, some monks claimed they could tell the quality of a fire by its sound alone, whether the crackle meant cleansing, blessing, or you've overfed it, you fool. These monks would sometimes debate flame sounds, as if auditioning for ancient Japanese ASMR. You kneel beside the hearth, alone now. The fire's light throws shadows of your profile onto the wall. Long-nosed, sleepy-eyed, contemplative. You look like a scholar from a painted screen, except hungrier. And then, as the flames steady, you hear it. Footsteps. Soft. Purposeful. You turn to see the abbot. He doesn't speak right away, just settles beside you, like fog joining a river. Then, when I was your age, I once skipped evening prayers to chase a fox spirit. You blink. She was very fast, he adds. You wait for more. He doesn't give it, just tosses another pine chip into the flame and says, "You'll understand the lesson later." Or you won't. Either way, the fox won. You nod solemnly. Because what else does one do? The fire burns lower, its glow thick as syrup. The abbot leaves, like he appeared, silent, ghost-like, trailing sandal dust and wisdom crumbs. You watch the coals pulse, breath slow, thoughts gentled. This moment, between the fire's breath and the mountain's stillness, feels like a wrinkle in time, as if you stood up now and walked outside, you might find yourself in another century altogether, one where monks wear armor, or where the sun never sets, or where the fox is still running. Did you know? Some scholars believe Zen gardens were once used not just for meditation, but to communicate coded messages through rock placement. One misplaced stone could mean welcome. Another, beware. Historians still debate whether this is true, or whether the monks were just extremely bored and passive-aggressive decorators. Eventually, the fire dims. You whisper the final gasho. Palms together, bow low. You exit quietly, back in your tiny quarters. You slide the wooden door shut and collapse onto your straw mat. It smells of hay, ink, and your own doubts. A good blend, really. You lie there a moment, listening. Somewhere, a night jar calls. Somewhere else, someone snores like a saw through bamboo. You think it might be the Tenzo. That man snores in perfect 4/4 tempo. Your stomach grumbles. You ignore it. You are beyond craving, except for that mochi merchant from last week. He haunts your dreams like a sugary specter. Tomorrow will bring more sweeping, more chopping, more kneeling, and more riddles wrapped in silence. But for now, just this, a body still, a breath slow, and a world soft as dusk. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights. Get cozy. And together, we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. You wake to the bell. It doesn't ring so much as it hums through the walls, resonating in your bones like a memory you didn't know you had. One clear tone, then another, then silence. That's your cue. You sit up slowly. Your back cracks like dry bamboo. Congratulations. You've survived another monk night without turning into a scroll. The air is chilly, and your breath clouds briefly in front of you. You consider crawling back into your straw mat cocoon. But alas, enlightenment doesn't hit snooze. Your first task today? Kitchen prep. You make your way through the darkened corridor toward the kitchen hall. Along the way, you pass the main courtyard, the stone path slick with dew, lanterns unlit, a cat sitting exactly where no cat should logically be. It blinks at you like it knows your secrets. You bow. It doesn't bow back. The kitchen, Kuri, is already alive with clinks and hisses. The Tenzo, or head cook, is a formidable figure, with eyebrows like calligraphy brushes and the temperament of a ladle. He nods at you, and you fall into place beside a basket of daikon. You peel in silence, knife against root, rhythm steady. The room fills with the earthy scent of vegetables, hot miso, and the faint tang of fermented pickles. It's oddly comforting, a soup-scented temple hug. The Tenzo breaks the silence after a while. You know, he says, a proper daikon cut reveals the cutter's soul. You pause mid-slice. Yours looks worried, he adds. You don't ask for clarification. Did you know that in medieval Japan, some monasteries used daikon radishes not just for food, but for divination? Monks believed that the way a radish sprouted in winter could predict everything from harvests to personal fortunes. One particularly lumpy daikon was once declared a bad omen for an entire province. Turned out they were right. Everyone caught colds that month. A gong sounds in the courtyard. Morning assembly. You wipe your hands on a linen cloth, bow to the vegetables. Yes, that's a thing. And follow the others outside. You walk in silent procession toward the main hall, robes swishing, feet barely audible against the stone. The sky is the color of tea left too long in the pot. Soft, faded, unsure. At the assembly, the abbot stands before the gathered monks. He holds a scroll in one hand and a dried plum in the other. One is for teaching, the other is for chewing between teachings. You're never sure which gets more use. He opens with a proverb. Even a broken sandal can lead you to the truth. You squint. That sounds suspiciously like something he made up after tripping yesterday. Still, the message sticks. The talk today is about giri, duty, obligation. He speaks of a monk who, long ago, chose to stay behind and tend to a plague-stricken village. Instead of escaping with the others, he died, of course, but before that, he converted half the village, cured the other half with herbal compresses, and apparently made a legendary mushroom broth. Some say he was a bodhisattva. Others say he just hated travel. Your knees begin to ache midway through the speech. The younger monk beside you has fallen asleep sitting up, a skill you deeply envy. Someone coughs. A crow caws from the roof. You begin to feel less like a vessel of wisdom and more like a stone slowly melting under sunlight. The assembly ends with a group chant, one that calls for clarity and compassion. You speak the words, but your mind wanders briefly to the daikon. You didn't finish slicing. It's probably judging you from the cutting board. Afterward, you return to the kitchen to help serve breakfast, miso soup, rice gruel, pickled plum. The monks receive their bowls in silence, offering a bow before retreating to their respective corners of the hall to eat slowly, reverently, as if each grain of rice carries the secrets of the universe. And perhaps it does. You sit near the door, letting the faint morning breeze touch your face. It smells of pine, wet stone, and something vaguely nostalgic, like wet ink or a grandmother's robe. One monk drops his chopsticks. There's a moment of collective stillness. He retrieves them, bows deeply, and mutters an apology to the rice. The rice accepts. Remember that theory about chopsticks in old Japan? Some believed the way you held them reflected your past life. Crossed, you were a warrior. Straight and balanced, a poet. Dropped, well, maybe you were a squirrel. Breakfast ends. Bow. Collect the bowls. Wash them with care. The Tenzo thanks you with a nod so slight you almost miss it. You feel strangely proud. The next task is garden duty. The Karasansue, dry rock garden, needs re-raking. You stand before it now, rake in hand. The sand has been scuffed by crows again. One particular crow, you suspect, has been training for this role. You begin slowly, drawing long, even lines. Around the stones, you trace spirals and ripples, mimicking water flow, a frozen wave captured in powdered earth. The wind carries the scent of camellia. A bee hovers past your nose, briefly considers enlightenment, and zips off. The garden is meant to be a mirror of the mind. Raking it isn't just landscaping, it's meditation in motion, and, on some days, surprisingly good cardio. Halfway through, a fellow monk approaches. Your spiral looks like a snail fell asleep mid-race, he says. You smirk. It's interpretive. Interpretive, like you're singing last week? Exactly. He chuckles and walks off, sandals scraping like whispers. As you rake, you remember. Some historians debate whether these gardens were ever truly meditative or simply clever ways to keep novice monks busy and out of trouble. After all, it's hard to stir mischief while smoothing gravel around symbolic mountains. You pause. A butterfly lands on the edge of your rake. You don't move. You both sit in the moment. You, the rake, and a tiny splash of color. A gentle reminder that even in silence, life insists on beauty. And then, your stomach rumbles. Again, you sigh, back to the daikon soon. But for now, the sand shimmers. The air is still, and the butterfly, for a breathless second, stays. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket, and let the night carry us through this gentle story. The butterfly lifts off without a sound, leaving only the echo of the stillness behind. You rake the final lines into the sand, stepping carefully so as not to undo the ripples you've shaped. The patterns, though temporary, seem to reflect something older, as if the garden remembers every hand that ever shaped it. You bow, both to the stones and to yourself, and rest the rake against the wall. Next stop, sutra copying. You head toward the scriptorium, a narrow room with low tables, brushes, and a silence so thick you could butter rice with it. Paper crackles gently as you step in. The walls are lined with wooden shelves, stacked with scrolls, some centuries old, their edges browned like old tea biscuits. You take your place at a table already set with ink, brush, and a fresh sheet of washi paper. Your brush trembles slightly as it dips into the inkwell. This isn't just writing. This is a meditation on each stroke, each line, each character. A bad mood or shaky hand could transform compassion into spilled miso if you're not careful. The sutra today is the Heart Sutra, short but potent, like philosophical espresso. You begin. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. The brush glides like wind over still water. You breathe slowly, matching each character with your heartbeat. Somewhere outside, a bamboo chime tinks gently in the breeze. Inside, there's only the scratch of brushes and the occasional sigh, that shared universal sound of, I miss my pillow. Did you know some monks believed that copying a single sutra with pure intention could erase lifetimes of bad karma? Others said it took 10,000 copies. That's quite a range. Makes you wonder if someone just wanted extra handwriting practice. You glance over at a senior monk beside you. His calligraphy is so beautiful, it should be illegal. Every stroke elegant, confident, practically flirting with the paper. Your own work looks more humble. Okay, let's be honest. Your emptiness character has a face like a squashed eggplant. But still, you press on, because it's not about perfection. It's about intention, repetition, presence, and ink stains you'll never fully get out of your sleeves. At one point, your brush slips. A small ink blot blooms like a midnight flower across the page. You stare at it. Well, you whisper, guess I'm going to need another lifetime. A nearby monk clears his throat. Oops. Forgot the silence rule again. You bow slightly in apology, then continue writing. The brush is calmer now, steadier. There's something comforting in letting the words of old sages flow through your hand. It's like being part of a conversation that's been going on for centuries, and you're the lucky one who gets to hold the pen for a while. Halfway through the scroll, your back begins to stiffen. You shift slightly, but not enough to smudge the ink. Your legs have begun their usual protest, threatening to file a formal complaint to the abbot. At that moment, the door creaks open and a gust of wind slips in, carrying with it the scent of pine, a few stray cherry petals, and a sneeze? You look up. It's Monk Hero, the youngest, loudest, and most consistently confused monk in the temple. He's holding a basket of scrolls and a nosebleed. Sorry, he whispers, nose pinched. Pollen war. He tiptoes past, leaving behind a trail of concern and tiny droplets of drama. You return to your work, now accompanied by occasional sniffles from across the room. In some ways, it's grounding. You're reminded that enlightenment is a path paved with small irritations, blotchy characters, and possibly allergic reactions. Some scholars debate whether monks in medieval Japan really devoted entire afternoons to sutra copying, or if this was sometimes delegated to the novices. There are notes in temple records suggesting certain monks got suspiciously good at supervising instead of writing. Can't say you blame them. Your wrist is starting to feel like it belongs to someone else. Finally, you reach the last line. Gone, 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 beyond, gone, completely beyond. You lift your brush, let the ink dry, then bow to the scroll, as if it were a guest. Maybe in some way, it is. You place the finished sutra onto the drying rack and stretch your arms toward the low ceiling. Your bones snap like rice crackers. That's probably fine. Outside, the sun is climbing lazily across the sky. Late morning now. A breeze shakes the temple bell, just enough to ring a soft note into the air. You step into the light, grateful for warmth on your face, the buzz of cicadas, and that your ink blot didn't completely ruin the scroll. You head to the washing area, hands stained black, wrists sore, but mind a little lighter. Lunch is next, but not before. Oh no, laundry duty. You make your way toward the river, where robes flutter on bamboo lines like sleepy ghosts. There, buckets wait, soap root, washboards, and the realization that today your hands belong to the cloth. There's an old joke among monks. Enlightenment is like laundry, never done, always damp. You dip a robe into the cold water and begin to scrub. Sudsy, splashy, repetitive bliss. Did you know some temples in medieval Japan used ash water and crushed persimmon peels as laundry detergent? Supposedly, it made the robe smell earthy and disciplined. Whatever that means. Probably like wet cardboard with a hint of sandalwood. The river hums, birds trill, the soap slips. You nearly lose grip of a robe and imagine it drifting downstream, whispering sutras to fish. You wash, you rinse, you wring. The rhythm becomes hypnotic, and for a moment, it feels like a prayer made with the body, not words. Your fellow monks hum a chant nearby. One begins to whistle, promptly scolded by a senior monk who believes whistling invites snakes. Not metaphoric snakes, literal ones. You chuckle, quietly. Eventually, your hands are pruny, your back bent, but the robes are clean, folded, fragrant, in the way only river-born cloth can be. You take one last breath of pine-sweet air and carry the bundle back toward the temple. Clean robes, clean scroll, clean-ish soul. It's not a bad morning. Turn down the noise, dim the lights, and let this soft tale guide you to rest. You're halfway up the temple stairs before you realize your sleeves are still damp. The wind flicks at them like a teasing sibling, and you shiver just enough to question your life choices. But hey, you didn't join the monastic path for the spa treatment. You place the basket of folded robes near the laundry rack, nod politely to an older monk who might actually be a ghost based on how silent he is, and make your way to the dining hall. Lunch in the temple isn't just grab a plate and go. No, it's a whole ceremony. You step through the wooden sliding door, and there it is. The long, low table, spotless, symmetrical, humbly waiting like a monk who's early for everything. Bowls already placed, chopsticks resting on ceramic holders. Nothing flashy, just clean simplicity. You sit down and wait. The head monk enters, and all of you bow in unison. Then the offering chant begins. Slow, melodic, like someone trying to sing underwater while being extremely respectful about it. This food is the gift of the universe. You chant along softly, reminding yourself not to drool while you do it. The meal today, steamed barley rice, miso soup, pickled radish, and a few simmered mountain vegetables that look like something your modern self would scroll past on a foraging TikTok and say, no thanks. You eat slowly, carefully, in silence. One bite of rice. Pause. One sip of soup. Reflect. Pickled radish. Regret. Then acceptance. There's an actual rule. No wasting food. Every grain of rice must be eaten. It's not just courtesy. It's doctrine. Monks in medieval Japan believed that wasting even a single grain disrespected the many hands and insects that helped it arrive on your plate. Plus, you don't want to be the one who gets the wasteful eater nickname. Ask Monk Hero. He got caught leaving a slice of pickled daikon behind last spring, and people still call him Daikon Ghost behind his back. You sneak a glance around. Everyone is chewing with the solemnity of someone about to make a major life decision. Monk Juro, across from you, eats so slowly, it's like he's negotiating with each mouthful. There's a strange serenity in it, though. In this quiet lunch, with bowls barely clinking and sunlight filtering in through the shoji paper like soft honey. Did you know some temples during this era grew their own food on nearby terraces? Self-sufficiency was more than survival. It was a spiritual discipline. Tending the land was tending the soul, and also a pretty clever way to make sure no one had to walk miles for tofu. You reach the bottom of your bowl. You tilt it slightly to get every last grain. Then, as tradition demands, you pour a tiny stream of hot tea into the bowl and drink it, rinsing and honoring what remains. It's both dessert and dishwasher efficient. Lunch ends with another chant. Everyone bows again. You rise slowly, belly warm, sleeves still a little damp. You forgot, didn't you? And head toward the afternoon assignment. Temple repairs. Yes, repairs. Just because you're a monk doesn't mean you get out of hammer duty. You meet a few others near the storage shed. Today's task: reinforce the footpath by the garden slope. Apparently, a recent storm made the walkway so slippery, it now qualifies as a minor death trap. You pick up a hoe and a basket of gravel. The work begins. Dig, pour, level, repeat. Sweat quickly gathers on your brow, despite the breeze. The sun, now climbing to its apex, beats down like a disapproving teacher. You squint at the slope and think, is enlightenment supposed to come with sore calves? A senior monk nearby tells you to keep your back straight. You try, fail, then pretend you did it just to check a worm. As you dig, you find a piece of broken ceramic. You wipe the dirt gently and see an old glaze, blue and green, still faintly shimmering. Someone says it's from a tea bowl that shattered during an earthquake years ago. You hold it in your palm for a moment, wondering who drank from it, what they were thinking, what they whispered, while the wind shook the mountain. There's a Japanese tradition called kintsugi, the art of repairing broken pottery with gold, honoring the cracks instead of hiding them. You don't have any gold right now, but you place the shard beside the path, like a small memory set in stone. Some historians still debate whether such maintenance work was done by monks themselves, or outsourced to temple staff, or even villagers. But temple records from the 13th century do mention certain monks gaining reputations for their carpentry skills. One even got nicknamed Sawtooth Enlightenment. Not bad. By the time you finish spreading gravel and pounding the edges flat, your hands are blistered and your robe clings to your back like a wet napkin. But the path looks safer now, and something about that feels oddly satisfying. You've helped keep this place standing, quite literally. You wash your hands in the courtyard basin. Cold water splashes onto your face, waking up every sleepy cell in your body. The wooden ladle squeaks as you return it to its place. Then comes the whisper of the bell. Time for afternoon zazen, seated meditation. You dry your hands, breathe in the scent of sandalwood wafting from the main hall, and head toward the tatami mats. Your legs are already negotiating terms. They know what's coming, but there's no escape. You kneel, then sit, back straight, eyes half closed, hands folded just so. The room stills. Even the cicadas seem to hush for a moment. Inhale, exhale, watch. The thoughts drift by, like clouds you're not supposed to chase. Then, of course, your knee starts itching. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights. Get cozy. And together, we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. The stillness wraps around you like a warm, invisible blanket, but also like the kind that sometimes makes you squirm because a thread is poking your leg. Your posture is solid for the first few minutes. Then your spine starts filing complaints. Your knees chime in too. But you breathe. Inhale. Exhale. Like the wind passing through the pine trees outside. This is zazen, seated meditation. You've done it dozens of times now. Yet every session is a battlefield between your mind and, well, your other mind. The one that suddenly wants to remember what you ate for lunch 3 years ago, or whether turtles ever get lonely. Focus, you remind yourself. The head monk paces slowly behind everyone, holding the keisaku, a flat wooden stick used for encouragement. If your posture slumps, or your thoughts drift too wildly, a firm but respectful tap is your reminder. It doesn't hurt. Not really. More like the universe knocking on your skull saying, "Hey, come back to the present." And just as you feel a sneeze sneaking up, whack. It's gentle, yet dramatic. Your focus returns instantly. Even if your pride takes a minor bruising, you resist the urge to turn your head and mutter, "Thanks, I guess." Outside, the afternoon light has shifted. Shadows stretch long across the temple courtyard. You sit still, letting time fold in on itself. Minutes feel like hours, and yet, somehow, pass like a breeze. Did you know that medieval monks were expected to meditate up to 6 hours a day? Some even trained to meditate through the night, sitting upright without moving for entire vigils. And if they nodded off, there were bells, not gentle ones, surprise bells, nothing like being startled into enlightenment. Some historians suggest that certain sects even experimented with sleeping upright during meditation. Others claim monks drank mild herbal decoctions to stay alert, though some brews tasted like boiled moss and disappointment. As the bell finally rings, signaling the end of zazen, your legs have turned into something that might once have been human limbs, but now feel suspiciously like overcooked noodles. You bow, carefully, slowly, one wrong move, and you're taking the wobble walk of shame across the hall. Once outside, the air hits your face like a soft slap from a particularly polite ghost. Crisp, quiet, golden. You take the path through the temple garden toward the study hall. This is the hour of scripture copying, a practice called shakyo. You sit on a cushion before a low desk, where thin rice paper waits. Next to you, a bamboo ink brush and an inkstone. The head monk hands out sutra templates. Today's selection, The Heart Sutra, a classic, short, powerful, and, let's be honest, with enough kanji to give your wrist a personal crisis. You grind the ink stick against the stone, water turning dark and fragrant. Then, with steady breath, you begin. Brush tip, stroke, lift, stroke. Again, the kanji characters emerge like shadows on snow, delicate, precise. You are not just writing, you are embodying each word, slowing time, absorbing the meaning, even as your fingers start to twitch. One wrong stroke, and it's back to square one. No erasers here, just dignity and paper. But the process itself is calming. The rhythm, the repetition. You remember someone once said this practice is a form of meditation. It's not about perfection, it's about presence. There's a strange comfort in knowing that for centuries, monks like you have sat exactly like this, copying texts, line by line. Some of those scrolls still exist, found in mountain temples, or preserved in lacquered boxes, ink faded, but messages intact. And here's a strange fact. Some monks added their own names in miniature script at the bottom of the sutra, like the world's first reluctant graffiti artists. It wasn't ego, they claimed. It was devotion, a way of saying, I was here, and I believed this mattered. You look over at the monk beside you. He's written 3 perfect lines already. Yours looks like the kanji are having a disagreement, but you keep going. Some historians still debate whether Shakyo was purely religious or also a method of internalizing language and discipline. One theory even suggests that copying sutras helped monks improve their memory. And let's be honest, you'd need a good one when trying to remember the hundreds of precepts and not mix them up with laundry rules. The study hall gets quieter as the ink dries. You finish your final character, lift the brush, and bow toward the paper. Not bad. A little wonky around the 4th kanji, but not disgraceful. You help collect the ink trays and stack the papers for drying. Your back cracks in protest, but your mind feels oddly clear, balanced, like your brain just got a bath. Outside, the sun has dipped low. The sky has turned that golden pink hue that Instagram filters try to copy but never quite get right. The scent of pine and incense lingers in the air. As you walk back toward the dormitory hall, you hear the faint strumming of a biwa, a traditional lute-like instrument. Someone's practicing quietly. The notes float across the courtyard like the memory of a dream. You pause to listen. It's imperfect, but beautiful. A soft melody. Melancholic, maybe. Or just tired. You don't recognize the song, but your heart does. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story. The scent of cedar lingers on your robe. As you make your way toward the monk's bathhouse, Yubun. It's a small, timber-framed structure nestled behind the east garden, partially hidden behind a curtain of bamboo that sways like gossiping old men. The air is cooler now, dusk creeping in, bringing that kind of soft quiet that makes you feel like the world has dimmed just for you. You push open the sliding door and are greeted by a puff of warm steam, moist, fragrant, inviting. Inside, the bathhouse hums gently with the sounds of ladles splashing, wood creaking, and the occasional stifled grunt of someone stepping into water that's about 2 degrees hotter than expected. You remove your robe carefully, fold it neatly, and step into the washing area. No showers here, obviously. Just buckets, wooden stools, and a shared understanding. Rinse first, soak later. Always. You grab a ladle and scoop warm water over your shoulders. The temperature shocks your skin in a good way, like that moment when you stretch your back and it cracks in 16 places and you briefly ascend to a higher plane of existence. Then, slowly, you slide into the wooden soaking tub. It's deeper than it looks, and the heat wraps around your limbs like liquid silk. You exhale, loudly. Everyone does. It's part of the ritual. That low, grateful of a human body returning to itself. Did you know that communal bathing wasn't just hygiene? It was part of monastic discipline. Medieval Japanese monks believed in the cleansing of both body and mind. And while they weren't exactly scrubbing with lavender soap, the water was often infused with herbs like mugwort or pine. Especially in winter, some temples had hot springs, onsen, built into their grounds, and monks, lucky enough to serve, there were rumored to live to over 90. Coincidence? Perhaps. Or maybe it's the magic of boiling your problems into steam every night. As you soak, a young monk beside you asks if you've memorized tomorrow's morning chant. You mutter something non-committal and duck a little deeper into the water, hoping the steam will make you invisible. Just remember, he says, smiling, if you mess up, don't say, oops. Say it in Sanskrit. This bath is more than just a physical cleansing. It's when you review the day in your head, what you learned, where your thoughts slipped, how your legs still haven't forgiven you for zazen. You think about the sutra you copied earlier, and for a moment, the words drift through your mind, not as inked characters, but as gentle ripples. There's an older monk sitting across from you. His eyes are closed. He's been still for so long, you almost wonder if he's asleep. But then he speaks, softly. When your mind feels muddy, let it settle. The truth always rises like clear water. You're not sure if he's quoting a text or just being mysterious for fun. Either way, you nod solemnly. Monks love their metaphors, and sometimes you pretend to understand them, even when you don't. Historians are still debating whether bathing routines in temples followed strict spiritual schedules or were more of a practical health habit. Some records suggest certain sects bathed only once every 5 days. Others claim daily cleansing was required. There's even a theory that bathing was also a covert form of meditation, where the monk becomes aware of every droplet, every sound, every part of their own breath. Eventually, you pull yourself from the bath, body slippery, mind loose, like a freshly oiled hinge. You dry off with a small cloth that's nowhere near large enough for actual drying, and wrap yourself back into your robe. Outside, twilight has claimed the sky. The garden lamps are lit, small bowls of oil with flickering flames that bob and dance in the breeze like tiny fire spirits at play. You walk barefoot along the wooden corridor, back to your quarters, each step a soft clack on the polished planks. Back in your dormitory, the tatami mats welcome your feet with their familiar strawi scratch. The room smells faintly of sandalwood and ink. You sit cross-legged by your bedding, not yet ready to lie down. Instead, You take out your mokugyo, a wooden fish drum used during chanting, and strike it once, just to hear the sound. A hollow talk that feels like tapping into time itself. You remember a strange fact. Some mokugyo were carved from single tree trunks, and the fish shape wasn't just decorative. Fish, in Buddhist symbolism, never close their eyes, representing wakefulness and awareness, which is ironic, considering how sleepy you are right now. You lie back finally, letting the bedding cradle your body. Tonight, the moon peeks in from behind the paper screen window, round, pale, serene. Somewhere outside, a night bird calls. Another answers. The sound is distant, almost unreal, like nature's version of a lullaby. You think about everything you've done today. Meditation, chanting, copying, bathing, pretending to understand metaphors. It doesn't feel like much, and yet it feels like everything. And if you've been drifting with me long enough, you know how weird this can get. Remember the monks who meditated standing up, holding on to wooden poles so they wouldn't fall asleep? Or the guy who allegedly reached enlightenment by staring at a wall for 9 years? Yeah, history's weird, but strangely comforting. Turn down the noise, dim the lights, and let this soft tale guide you to rest. The first pale light of dawn slips softly through the paper shoji screens, painting your room with a gentle glow. You wake, not with a jolt, but like a whisper, as if the morning itself is urging you to rise. Your body protests quietly, but the rhythm of the day has already begun outside. Distant chants, the scrape of sandals on stone, the rustle of kimono fabric. You sit up, folding the futon with care. This daily ritual is oddly satisfying, like making your bed before a big trip. Even if the trip is just to the meditation hall again, the tatami feels cool beneath your feet, a reminder that the night's chill hasn't completely lifted yet. You pull on your robes, tying the sash with practiced fingers, the same way countless monks before you did. There's a kind of humility in this repetition. Simple acts repeated so often, they become a meditation themselves. But you remind yourself not to get too smug. If you think tying your sash is easy, try doing it right after a 6-hour meditation, when your legs have the personality of cooked spaghetti. Out in the courtyard, the monks gather for the morning chanting, called shoka. The air is crisp, filled with the scent of pine needles and wet earth. You join the line, bowing to the others with a solemn nod. The chanting begins, low and resonant, voices weaving together like a soft wind weaving through bamboo stalks. The Heart Sutra rises and falls, each syllable carefully enunciated, almost like a spell meant to both protect and awaken. You recall reading that chanting wasn't just about devotion. It was a tool to sharpen memory and foster community. Chanting in unison was thought to synchronize minds, creating a shared spiritual heartbeat. Some historians suggest this practice was also a way to pass down teachings before written texts became widespread, like an ancient form of oral backup. It's not easy to keep your voice steady. Your throat feels dry. The morning cold bites gently at your cheeks. You try not to think about how, centuries later, people might find these chants oddly hypnotic, like the world's first ASMR video. After chanting, There's a brief moment of silence. You hear a small commotion near the main gate. Footsteps, a cart creaking. The temple's supplies have arrived. Bundles of rice, dried fish, bundles of fresh herbs. The kitchen staff will be busy soon, preparing meals that sustain both body and mind. You wonder, sometimes, how monks in medieval Japan balanced their austere spiritual lives with the simple, earthly needs of eating and sleeping. Legend has it, some monks experimented with eating nothing but rice and green tea for weeks at a time, and when asked how they survived, they smiled mysteriously and said, "We live on breath and prayer." The truth is more mundane. Meals were simple but nourishing, often vegetarian, designed to maintain energy for long hours of meditation and work, and, you suspect, occasionally to keep you from staring too long at the ceiling. You walk toward the dining hall now, joining the quiet procession. The wooden floorboards creak softly beneath your feet, a familiar soundtrack of your day. Inside, low benches surround long tables, and bowls of steaming rice, miso soup, and pickled vegetables await. You sit, grateful for the warmth rising from the food. Eating is a mindful act here, each bite savored slowly, without rush. You remember someone once joked that monks invented the original slow food movement centuries before it became trendy in cafes. There's a quiet camaraderie at the table. No loud chatter, but soft exchanges of thanks and encouragement. You notice a younger monk struggling with chopsticks and smile to yourself. Been there, done that. The first time you used them, you almost launched a piece of tofu across the room, like a ninja star. Historians debate the exact origins of temple cuisine in medieval Japan. Some say it evolved from the dietary restrictions of Buddhism. Others suggest it was adapted to local agricultural practices. Either way, these meals are more than sustenance. They're a practice in gratitude and simplicity. After breakfast, you help clean up, wiping down tables and sweeping the floor. The physical work grounds you, reminding you that discipline isn't just mental or spiritual, but hands-on, and it's a break from sitting still, which, as you've learned, can be surprisingly tiring. As the morning unfolds, you feel the steady pulse of temple life wrap around you, a rhythm as old as the mountains surrounding the monastery. Outside, the sun climbs higher, casting long shadows that shrink as the day grows warmer. And if you've been drifting with me long enough, you know how strange and comforting this daily dance can be. Remember those monks who sat through thunderstorms without flinching? Yeah, history's weird, but tonight, let it be a soft lullaby. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story. The sun climbs steadily now, its rays spilling through the temple's open corridors like liquid gold. You find yourself outside, stepping barefoot on the cool, rough stones of the courtyard, a place that feels like the heartbeat of the monastery. The garden around you is carefully tended, a medley of moss, gravel, and trimmed pines that look like they've been frozen in a perfect moment of growth for centuries. Today is work day, and the monks all know it's time to get their hands dirty. Quite literally, you're assigned to the vegetable garden, a patch of earth bordered by bamboo fences and shaded by tall trees. The soil smells rich and damp beneath your fingers, a welcome change From the rigid silence of meditation halls, you begin to pull weeds, each one stubbornly rooted like tiny rebels refusing to surrender. It's a slow, repetitive task, but you feel a strange calm settle in, almost as if the earth itself is teaching you patience. You recall that many medieval Japanese monks followed the principle of Shojin Ryori, a type of vegetarian cuisine that avoided root vegetables to respect life beneath the soil. The irony isn't lost on you as you yank weeds from the ground, wondering if some plants have secret monks hiding inside them. Work in the garden isn't just about food. It's a form of meditation. The monks believe that tending plants connects you to the cycles of nature and teaches mindfulness. You hear the soft buzz of bees, the rustle of leaves, and sometimes the distant clang of a temple bell. Each sound is a gentle reminder that you're alive and present. Did you know that some monks used specific gardening tools carved with Buddhist symbols? They believed that these blessed tools helped purify the soil and protect the crops from pests. Historians still debate whether these beliefs were widespread or just localized temple legends. Either way, it's a charming thought. As you kneel in the dirt, your fingers work steadily. The sun warms your back, and sweat beads on your forehead. You catch a glimpse of the main hall's rooftop, its curved eaves casting intricate shadows, like a painting frozen in time. Nearby, an elder monk instructs novices on pruning techniques, his voice calm but firm. You smile at their earnest faces, recalling your own fumbling attempts years ago. One of the novices accidentally prunes a branch too short, and the elder monk shakes his head with a wry smile. Even nature needs room to breathe, he says. The day's work is punctuated by small moments: a butterfly landing on a leaf, a sparrow darting across the sky, a soft breeze that carries the scent of pine and earth. You think about how different this feels compared to the chaos of the city you once knew. Here, life moves slowly, deliberately, like ink spreading across parchment. And if you've been drifting with me long enough, you know this connection to nature runs deep. Remember when I told you about monks who meditated outdoors for days at a time, seeking enlightenment under the open sky? Yeah, history's weird, but there's a strange beauty in it. As the afternoon shadows lengthen, you wipe your brow and stand. The garden feels alive beneath your feet. And for a moment, you wonder if the earth itself has accepted your presence. You walk back toward the temple, your hands still dusty, but your mind a little clearer. The rhythm of work and prayer continues, an ancient dance that carries you forward. Turn down the noise, dim the lights, and let this soft tale guide you to rest. The late afternoon settles like a soft sigh over the temple grounds, shadows stretching longer across the stone paths. As the sun begins its slow descent, you wander toward the scriptorium, a quiet room lined with wooden shelves heavy with scrolls and books. The air here smells faintly of ink and old paper, a comforting scent that wraps around you like a well-worn blanket. Inside, the head monk is preparing the day's lesson on calligraphy, the sacred art that has been practiced for centuries in these halls. You take your place, the familiar brush in your hand, feeling both delicate and powerful. It's more than just writing. It's a moving meditation where every stroke carries meaning and intention. You dip the brush into ink made from soot and water, and the tip darkens with a smooth, glossy sheen. The parchment waits patiently beneath your hand, a silent partner in this dance of ink and breath. You begin to trace characters slowly, each stroke deliberate, fluid, a practice in patience and precision. Did you know that Japanese monks helped preserve not only Buddhist texts, but also important secular documents through their meticulous copying? Some historians argue that without these dedicated scribes, much of Japan's early literature might have been lost. And there's an intriguing rumor that some monks developed secret codes within their calligraphy to protect sensitive information from rival factions. Your brush hesitates, and you remember the stories of monks who would write whole sutras by candlelight, their fingers trembling from exhaustion, but their spirits unyielding. They saw calligraphy as a form of prayer, each word a step closer to enlightenment. It's easy to imagine these monks centuries ago, hunched over scrolls, the flicker of candle flames casting dancing shadows on their serene faces. And if you've been drifting with me long enough, you know how oddly satisfying this is, like watching a slow-motion dance or savoring a perfect cup of tea. You glance up from your work, noticing the faint murmur of the garden outside, the birds settling in, the last bees buzzing lazily. The temple feels like a living poem, every sound and movement part of a larger harmony. The head monk walks by, nodding gently at your progress. Remember, he says softly, each character is a breath. Let it flow naturally, like the wind over the mountains. You try to embody that flow, imagining your brush as the wind itself, shaping the paper with invisible fingers. It's difficult, of course. Sometimes your strokes look more like chicken scratch, and you wonder if you'll ever achieve the grace you admire. As the light fades further, the room grows quiet, except for the soft scratch of brush on paper. Outside, the temple bells ring, calling everyone to evening prayer. You set down your brush reluctantly, feeling the calm settle deep inside. Historians still debate whether the emphasis on calligraphy in monasteries was more about spiritual discipline or practical necessity. Maybe it was both. Like everything here, a balance between form and function. As you rise to join the others, you feel the quiet satisfaction of a day's work well done. The temple's rhythm carries you forward, steady and sure. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story. Night begins to drape the temple in its gentle embrace, stars peeking shyly through the darkening sky. You walk slowly toward the meditation hall. The wooden floors cool beneath your feet, the silence thick yet comforting, like a soft quilt. The flickering light of paper lanterns casts warm pools of orange, making shadows dance quietly along the beams. Inside, the monks gather in a circle, seated in the traditional lotus position, eyes closed, breaths slow and steady. You settle in beside them, feeling the familiar ache in your knees, the slight stiffness in your back, but also a deep sense of belonging. This is the moment you've been waiting for all day. Zazen, the practice of seated meditation. The world outside feels miles away. The noisy chaos of modern life a distant memory. Here, it's just the steady rhythm of breath and the quiet whispers of the temple walls. You focus on your inhalations and exhalations, counting silently to 10 before starting over, a simple anchor in the vast sea of stillness. Did you know that Zazen is more than just meditation? Some say it's a direct path to awakening, a way to strip away the layers of distraction and find the true self beneath. Others argue that it's more about discipline and presence, a practice that shapes the mind over time rather than delivering instant enlightenment. Scholars still debate the nuances, and like many things in Zen, the answers often feel elusive. Your mind drifts briefly to a story about a monk who, during a long retreat, fell asleep mid-meditation and dreamed of a crane dancing on a lake. When he awoke, he felt a new clarity, as if the dream was a message from his subconscious. You smile at the thought. Monks probably had the weirdest dream journals ever. The room is so quiet, you can almost hear your own heartbeat, slow and steady. The flicker of candlelight seems to sync with your breath, soft and warm. Every now and then, a slight creak or the faint rustle of a robe reminds you that you're not alone in this peaceful stillness. As the session ends, a gentle bell rings, its sound pure and lingering, like the final note of a lullaby. You open your eyes slowly, the world feeling softer, calmer. You notice the faces around you, serene, peaceful, carrying the quiet glow of shared experience. You rise with care, stretching your limbs and stepping outside. The night air is cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth. You take a deep breath, feeling the tension of the day melt away. And if you've been drifting with me long enough, you know moments like these are rare treasures. Remember when I told you about monks who would meditate for hours, sometimes days, seeking to silence the mind completely? Yeah, history's weird, but there's a kind of magic in that stillness. Before you drift off, a gentle reminder, like and subscribe if you'd like more tales like this, and maybe share where you are right now, what time it is in your corner of the world. Take a deep breath, let the world slow down, dim the lights, get cozy, and together we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale. The deep night stretches around the temple like a velvet cloak, soft and enveloping. You wander toward the kitchen area, where the faint glow of a small fire flickers through sliding wooden doors. It's time for the evening meal, a humble yet meaningful ritual in this monastic life. You step inside to find a handful of monks quietly preparing shojin ryori, the traditional Buddhist vegetarian cuisine. The air smells earthy and soothing, steamed rice, simmered vegetables, and the subtle aroma of miso soup. The kitchen is simple, yet every movement feels deliberate. Each chop and stir, a kind of mindful dance. You remember that shojin ryori was designed to nourish both body and spirit, avoiding ingredients that might disturb one's peace or harm living beings unnecessarily. No garlic, no onions. Monks believed these could inflame passions or disturb meditation. It's a curious dietary code, especially if you think about how much garlic we sprinkle on our pizzas today. As you help wash vegetables, you notice the rhythmic sounds of water flowing and knives slicing. a soothing symphony that replaces the usual clatter of a modern kitchen. An elder monk hums softly, a low tune that feels as ancient as the hills surrounding the temple. Did you know that some monks spent years perfecting these recipes, passing them down like sacred secrets? And if you've been drifting with me long enough, you might recall how some even used unusual ingredients, like wild mountain herbs, to create flavors that balanced nutrition with spirituality. The meal is simple, eaten in silence, each bite savored like a prayer. You chew slowly, noticing the textures and subtle tastes, a reminder that eating is not just about filling the stomach, but about appreciating life's gifts. The monks use wooden bowls and chopsticks carved from local trees, tools that have probably been used in this very temple for centuries. There's a strange comfort in the familiarity of these objects, like old friends greeting you after a long journey. Historians still debate the extent to which monks influenced Japanese cuisine beyond their monasteries. Some say the principles of Shojin Ryori inspired modern vegetarian and vegan cooking trends. Others think it remained mostly a monastic tradition. Either way, it's a fascinating blend of spirituality and practicality. After the meal, you help clear the dishes and sweep the floor, the soft brush strokes moving dust into neat piles. There's a quiet dignity in these chores, a reminder that even the smallest actions carry meaning. You step outside again, the night cool and calm. The temple feels like a living poem, each moment a line in an ongoing verse. If this journey through time felt relaxing to you, supporting the channel with a like would be truly appreciated. And don't forget to share where you are and what time it is, so we can drift through the night together. Settle in, friend. Maybe wrap yourself in a blanket and let the night carry us through this gentle story. Section 15. The temple is quiet now, cloaked in deep midnight shadows that soften every edge. You find yourself drawn to the small sleeping quarters where straw mats await, simple but inviting after a day filled with mindful movement and meditation. The air is cool, but carries the faint scent of incense and cedarwood, a soothing perfume that seems to whisper peace. As you lie down, your body sinks into the thin futon, the straw beneath, firm yet surprisingly comforting. You remember that medieval monks often slept in such sparse conditions, with no pillows or blankets, heavier than a simple cloth. You'd probably complain after a night or two, right? But here, there's a strange serenity in that simplicity. Your mind wanders back through the day, the rising sun casting light on ancient rituals, the rhythmic brushing of calligraphy, the focused stillness of zazen, and the quiet joy found in preparing and sharing humble meals. Each moment like a bead on a string, connected by a thread of discipline and grace. You hear the distant tolling of temple bells marking the passing hours, a steady, calming heartbeat for the night. Somewhere, a cicada hums softly, a reminder that life continues quietly, even in darkness. Did you know that monks' sleep schedules were often dictated by the temple's bell system, with short naps and early rising to maintain spiritual vigilance? Some scholars suggest this polyphasic sleep pattern helped monks maintain alertness during long meditation sessions. Historians still debate how effective or restful it really was. sounds like a tough night shift to me. You close your eyes, breathing slowly, feeling the tension of the day melt away with each exhale. The cool night air drifts softly through the open window, carrying the sounds of distant crickets and the rustling of leaves. The world outside may be complex and noisy, but here, in this simple room, time feels gentle and kind. The worries of modern life seem distant, replaced by a peaceful stillness that invites rest. As you drift deeper into sleep, the quiet voice of the past whispers in your ear, reminding you that even in the simplest lives, profound wisdom and beauty can be found. If you enjoyed this quiet moment together, consider subscribing, but only if your heart says yes. Take a deep breath. Let the world slow down. Dim the lights. Get cozy. And together, we'll drift into tonight's quiet tale.